Today we're going to be cleaning up this Whirlpool air conditioner. This is the Whirlpool model ACQ142XH0. It's a 14,000 BTU, made in April of 1999. So it could have been sold in the summer of 99. It's an EER of 10.2, which is pretty high for something of this form factor. I always wondered about these 14K units that run on 120. It'll be interesting to use this. I've never used one before, and I just kind of feel like the specs are fudged a little bit. That's a lot of cooling power to get out of 120 on a 15 amp circuit. This allegedly draws only 12. In my testing it was pulling 14, but if we take a look at the condenser here, there is zero condensing going on, so the head pressure would just be off the charts. So we'll clean it out, retest it, and see how the performance improves. I guess we'll go ahead and do a test run now, just so we can see what how it's working now, and then we'll do a comparison before and after. I actually have the kilowatt meter in here right now, so grab a cord, and hopefully this will cooperate in the sense that we can just kind of plug it in like this. I don't know which side is the high side or which side is the common. I'm going to have to replace the cord. When I got it, I think a 2-pin plug was stuck on here, probably because the plug was overheating, because the power draw was too high because the condenser was blocked. So we'll just kind of plug that in like that. It's not ideal, but we should be able to get by with it like that. The machine runs great. By no means is it showing any signs of being worn out or anything, which is really incredible, because you know it don't get like this overnight. Alright, we've got 119.3 volts. I'm going to have to turn off these lights. Go over to amps. Let's see if this is gonna work here. No, we're not getting a good connection on the cord here. This is one of the reasons why it's better to just use an actual plug. But well, we don't live in a perfect world, so we have to work with what's here. And there's no plug here right now. There we go. Yeah, there's zero airflow going through there. The PM draws 1.9 amps. Must be ball bearings. The bearings are in excellent condition. Here's the compressor. Which, all things considered, sounds pretty healthy. 6.4 amps right now. I'll do a little chattering and then it'll quiet down and start pumping. Note, oh, we gotta turn the fan on. Well, there's really no point because the fan's not doing anything anyways. Alright, it's up to head pressure, or it got some head pressure anyways. Sounds pretty healthy to me. Amps are going up 7.3 now. I'll put the fan on, but I don't think it's going to make any difference. It's already blowing freezing cold. That's 10.3 amps. It's allowed to draw 12 amps according to the tag. And actually it's going down. 10.1, 10.0, 9.9. And the compressor has gotten a lot quieter, so I guess that condenser, even in that position, is still doing something. I don't know what it's doing. And there's really no airflow out there, but it's got to be doing something. And this is one of the many reasons why I believe that these units can run without drain holes, they can run with drain holes with no water in them perfectly fine. Because if you can run like this with zero airflow, it'll certainly run with full airflow. And I bet it'll do it pretty contently as well. So it's going back up now up to 10.9 amps, 11 amps. It's just ice cold out of here. 11.4, 11.5. And this, of course, is just a result of there literally being zero condensing activity. The head pressure is just going to rise pretty much indefinitely. Yeah, this is cooking over here. Now, even though it inherently can run like this because it's done it for years, we're going to shut it off once it hits 12 amps. That's all it's supposed to ever pull. 11.9, 12. It's just going to go up indefinitely and eventually pull the brake. Whoops. Come on! I'm using the busted tripod today. That's right, this busted up coil is holding a full charge. I'll unplug this. We'll cycle through the, well, no we can't because it's satisfied, but we'll discharge the capacitors by cycling through there once that clicks back on. And let's get this taken apart. Now, so many people say, oh, just throw it out, the coil's rot, it's dirty. Blah. Nah, I live for this kind of projects. This is going to make a great clean out. And even though that coil is all screwed up in the front, it's probably not going to leak anytime soon because what's rotted here is just the fins. You know, I don't believe that the rot goes through to the copper, so it should be fine. It don't look right, but and it's not getting all the airflow it should, that is true, but I think it'll run just fine. So I've never taken one of these apart, so it's going to take a minute here to figure out how this works, but we'll begin at the top here. We'll get these screws off. There goes the thermostat. Okay, capacitor should be discharged now. I'll put these lights back on so you can see better. From a quick observation, it kind of reminds me of the way the carriers are built. So we'll see how similar the disassembly process is. Man, we gotta just soak everything in condenser cleaner because of the mold. Where's that front cover floating around here? It's over here. I'll grab it. The front cover is just as bad. Here's the front cover. It's a stinking mold fest in there, so we'll get all this cleaned up too. Okay, so we're going to have to replace all this foam. This is rotted beyond anything that's usable. So we've got a couple more bolts on the back here. And they're inconveniently a different size. Oh man, look at that trash. Everything is just covered in the mold. Awful lot of screws holding this in place. Oh man, it's getting worse as we go. Oh gosh. Wow, this is in the top 5 of the worst ones I've ever seen. Look at that. That is unreal. No wonder it's not moving a lot of air anymore. I thought it was because the coil was blocked. It's because the blower's blocked. Jeez. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Moldy, stinky cheese. I gotta put this on. It's gonna get mold everywhere in that hair. coil itself is not too bad. It's just that front. I guess what happened was so much dust accumulates on here that when the coil gets wet during operation, it just holds the moisture after you shut it off. And that's why this is all rotted. On the back here, it's perfectly fine. So now, we gotta think about the next moves here. I believe the bulkhead, yeah, that cannot come off until we get the motor and we're going to have to get take the motor out, because we've got to get to the inside of the condenser, and quite frankly we've got to get in here too, so we've got to get the motor to come out. I can't see it now. I got to get the drop light. Where can we reposition this? Huh. You know what? The bolts are not even rotted. I think it'll come right off. That's kind of unusual. Reaching the ones on this side is going to be a different story, but these might come right off if we had the right size bit. Come right off. See, this machine is ready to work again. A lot of people say, oh, what are you bothering with that for? If the machine is willing to work, so am I. It's nothing short of a miracle these bolts are actually coming off. Look at that, they're not even rotted. Here's why. There's a drain hole in this machine from the factory, right here. Now it does allow enough water to cool up to still sling on the condenser, which I don't like. But nothing above this channel had water in it. And that's why things aren't too bad in here. Now on this side I can't really see anything to it. Get the drop light out. Yep, they're fine on this side too. It's just a matter of physically reaching them. Ratchet time. If it works, it works. This is fitting on here, but I can't get the leverage to turn the screwdriver. This stinks. If this is the reason why I can't get this done today. I just need to get the initial. Yeah, I can't get the leverage to break it initially. What can we do about this? There's no way to fit the drill in there. And this is also that is also too short. Get it? Oh, I might be able to get it from underneath the compressor. So if I use the ratchet, I can put I think it's a 1/4 inch. Yeah, 1/4 inch. And I can put the bit in there. Now let's see if I can reach it from underneath the accumulator. I think the ratchet is going to be too high up. Oh, it might just work. No, that's the wrong one. Duh. The small one. Oh, duh. That's stupid. I don't need this. I just need to get the... Oh, gosh. Duh. Stupid. Pay attention. I need the right socket. I need to put a socket into the bit. Put the bit into the socket. Just put the screw in the socket on the right squares on the bit. Whatever. Alright. Okay. Stupid moment over. I got it now. This is the setup I wanted. So if I can use this to just break it free initially, I barely have any room to work with. But if I can just break it free, then I can probably get it the rest of the way with the screwdriver. Alright, I got it turning. It's barely turning now. Probably not even a 1/4 turn yet. I can only get about 2 clicks. So it's broke free now. I don't think I'm going to be able to... No. This is quite the challenge. Can I get it this way? That's still going to take too long. This is quite the dilemma here. I just thought of something that might work. Okay, so I had a couple things in mind that we could do. Both will work. Number one is I put the socket down on the screw, and instead of using the wrench to drive it, I use a long common screwdriver. That will drive it. However, we don't have to resort to that because I found an adapter which will take, this is, I guess this is quarter-inch to, no, this is quarter-inch, half-inch to quarter-inch, like this. And I can put this on here. I can stick this down, and this gives me just barely enough height to be able to work the ratchet within a reasonable distance. It's still going to take some time like this, but I can live with this. I was not going to do it the way it was before. I was going to do this. It's so amazing to me that these bolts are actually coming off. Oh, that's ironic. This one just broke. You know what, that's fine. I was contemplating not putting the screw back anyways. The stud snapped off inside the bolt. That's fine. Comes off just the same. I don't care. Now this one, can I reach that with the driver? Much rather do so. And this one's coming off with ease. But it is getting tight towards the end again. I wonder if I should stop and put some oil or something on there. Nah, because you know what, even if it breaks, 2 is enough to, there's enough thread there, I could just put a new bolt on. Well, it's just about locked up. I gotta go for the, I should have stopped and put some oil on there. A little more torque now. Alright, so we got 3 out of 4. Good enough. I'm shocked that was as easy as it was. That's one to cooperate. Everything else should be pretty smooth sailing. So now we've got 3 screws on the side here. That's not going to work. Where's the piece that's going to work? part, every single one of these screws is the same size. That's kind of weird. Look at that. That's about 1/4 inch thick. Still running. Alright, so this is still secured somewhere. Looks like maybe at the bottom. Yep, that's free on that side now. I was going to hope that nothing stupid is done on this side that has refrigerant lines to it or something. It doesn't look like it. No, I think it splits right in half before the lines go in. Which is the way it should be. I think this screw will really sit. Yeah, this is 2 pieces here. So the only thing we gotta watch out for is this. We have to move this over as it goes up. Are there any more bolts? I don't think so. It's not holding it down anymore. thought there's one more screw somewhere that I'm missing. Definitely not on that side. Got it. Not secured over here. It's not secured over here. So what's holding it? There is another screw. There's another one of those bolts. Similar to what was on the fan motor, but it's right underneath the fan motor in the center. You're kidding. Wow. That's going to be interesting. There it is, right in here. A little crazy. Try to reach it with the extension. I might be able to do that. It's going to be very, very close. Let's see here. Okay, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. The bolt got stuck inside the air. Must just come out. Alright, so that wasn't too bad. Ridiculous angle to have to work with, but I got it. Okay, so now we should be able to remove the bulkhead, the fan, styrofoam, etc. I'm going to undo this bolt here, which will let these wires go free. And interestingly enough, this has some kind of a plug on here, which is unusual. So we can just go ahead and separate this whole apparatus from the box, which is kind of neat. Or at least that's what it seems like it is. That's kind of cool. It's not easy to get off. It's an interesting concept. That makes that a little bit easier. Come back to that piece later. Fan is a separate harness than the compressor, so we can very easily just separate the fan from the system. You know, I have to say, in terms of servicing, aside from those bolts over there which are a little flaky, this is like a 10 out of 10. This is great. Have to kind of maneuver this a little bit over to the left first. These big lines are there. This feels like it's stuck. We just round it down, there's more bolts. Gotta be in the bolts. Something there. But it's like, it's gone. I just broke it. It's all rotted out because that part sits in water. I can't even identify what it would have been or anything. It's that bad. Pull this back and move this over a little bit. Slide everything over to the right. So that these lines don't get messed up here. Not a fatality, but not ideal. Not ideal in the slightest. Maybe there's something I'm missing about this. There was something I was slightly missing. That's fine. I'd much rather crack the styrofoam than break the lines. That's much harder to fix. So now we can clean the sealed system. So what broke, which is not catastrophic, is this just cracked here, this piece, which is not really a big deal. This is one of two drains. All that's going to happen is now the water might leak and go there instead. Who cares? What I didn't realize was that this needed to push back. The whole bulkhead needed to push back. I was trying to pull it this way because I didn't want to get these lines clipped. And when I tried to pull it this way, it just broke. That's what happened. Not a big deal. So look at that. Jeez. That's really something. And this is like household dust, which is something I don't understand, is how this much dust gets on the outside of the unit. And then there's this. Yeah, that's really something. It's a wonder it moved any air like that. Alright, well, next we got to get this, well, I don't have to get the wheel off, but actually, is there any advantage to taking it off? No, it's clean in there. There's no reason to clean down in there. The motor is shielded from the water, so maybe we won't take it off. That is, there's really no reason to. I'm going to take some pictures because this is definitely worthy of before and after. And then we'll pick back up outside and start the cleaning process. We're going to break out the foam brake for this one. At least the fan apparatus anyways. New brake's great. Foam brake's even stronger. We're going to go with an extremely powerful solution here. We're going to go about 1:1, which is dangerously strong. That was dumb. I wouldn't even put this on coils this powerful. We will need to keep close watch on this to make sure it's not deteriorating the styrofoam. I don't think so that it will, but you never know. This is a much higher dilution than this is ever intended to use.
We're gonna go almost full. Oh, jeez. I keep hearing one over here, so I think there's more. I hear one over here. I think there's more.
You probably got pissed off and headed that way.
Probably.
Were you spraying them?
No, I'm cleaning out air conditioner.
Oh.
But this will take them out.
Yeah, I guess so.
Alright, this is full strength. Undiluted. we got to stop. The foam is starting to break down just a little bit. That's all the cleaning we can do on it. We got to rinse it good now.
before we take the unit outside to clean it, we're going to drill a drain hole. We're going to use this fantastic new apparatus, and we're going to go right here because this is the lowest point of the case here. Oh, actually, we don't have to drill a drain hole. Either somebody made one, or it made one by itself. Right there. Huh. That's interesting. There's a hole right there. Well, let's just enlarge it a hair and then we'll call it a day. This is such a great tool. I'm kind of disappointed I didn't really get to use it this time. That kind of stinks. Well, whatever. I'd rather the unit be preserved than use the tool. The only problem with this hole is that there's 2 channels here, so this area might fill up, but this is all level here in theory, so I guess this is fine. This is crusty in here. Wow. I guess I should probably take some of this out because I really don't want this all over the yard. I'll get Dennis to help us out with this. Coil appears to be in excellent condition, which is surprising. I guess that's because, well, it is because the drain hole is here. So this was not filling up with water all these years. So we're going to find that this coil back here is probably in pretty good shape. Stands for, you know, the bottom ½ inch or so that would have sat there. This is all good in here. Drain hole. Very important. Okay, time to do some coil cleaning. We're going to drop down the dilution to about 1 to 4. 1 part cleaner, 4 parts water. Okay, do that again. Almost full already. This one must spray from the other side. We're not really getting into the coil. Well, we can see through the coil again, but we've got at least another 2 coats to go. This is really bad. integral at the bottom like I thought it was. That's okay, it's still in pretty good shape. It's a 15. It's a pretty dense coil. not going to play with this over here because it gets really dense for some reason. This down here might not be worth playing with. It might cause more damage than good if it's rotted out. So let's see here. Actually, I think we'll be able to get it. Doesn't seem too bad. Alright, one more piece here we can clean up. I think we're going to move on. A lot better than it was. It's kind of weird. Some of these dings are really in there, which is, they're an odd shape for that to happen. But it happened. Who knows what this thing has been through over the years. Alright, let's do one more soaking of the coil cleaner on the back. And then we're going to move to the evaporator. See if I can fix this here. This is kind of sketchy here. No, I'm not going to play with it. It's just going to break. The coil is kind of brittle on the inside here and at the bottom. I thought it wasn't. Didn't look like it inside, but it is. It's not in the best of condition. Although you can actually get the cleaner into the coil. It's flowing up a lot better now. That's much better. Now onto the evaporator, which is going to be kind of a joke because we can't really spray it with any degree of force. This is terrible. This has got to be the worst coil I've ever seen. Still plugged, I can't see through it. Oh man. Oh boy.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Alright, I can see through it now. such a shame. I think from here to here is pretty clear. And then it looks like maybe from here to here is good. So it's really just maybe 30% of it's blocked. And that's a lot, but I think it'll run okay. Well, it might be more clear than I thought it was. That's quite an improvement. Okay, we're ready to start reassembling. It's not perfect by any means, but it's workable, whereas before it really was not usable. So before we reassemble, I'm going to put a couple of tie wraps on here on the capillary tubes to prevent them from vibrating around against each other, because that's no good. Hear that? You don't want to hear that. So one, it's annoying, but number two, it can wear leaks in. So we'll just tie that down like that. Much better. And then this seems like it's kind of rusted together there, so that might not be anything we got to worry about, I guess. Alright, that's it. That's easy. I'll have something here to cut that with. Oh, I do. Perfect. All right. So, yeah, this is there's a lot of screws I gotta put back. Here's what the blower wheel looks like. I'll put some pictures at the end of the video. Much better. It's still got a little bit of junk in there. You know, you can spend hours trying to get that styrofoam to clean up, but it's very difficult to clean it up. I figure whatever doesn't come off with the 1-to-1 foam bright is not going to come off into the air. So we're going to leave it alone. Plus, this is just in a garage. It's not like this is in the bedroom or something. Not that I think the garage is dirty. This is a very clean garage. And I very much consider this garage a living space. I do spend a lot of time in here. But we're not going to get, not going to go too crazy here. So, let's see if I can remember the ordering in which this goes. We need, let's see. I don't think anything has to slide in with that. No, I think this can go in by itself. Okay, so we know that the only thing that's really a potential problem here is that this hole has to go around these capillary tubes. That's the only thing that's critical. Everything else is not really going to break anything. This busted piece of styrofoam might give us some trouble as we try to reassemble. That's in on the right side. I think that this has to... Well, maybe that's it. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but I feel like it should be going down more, like at the bottom. Yeah, it does. It goes down like that. Okay, that's where it sits on this side. So where are we at on this side? Okay, I think we're just about in place here. That wasn't too bad. Holes lined up over here okay. This is lined up okay. This has to slide back so that it's like this. Because we don't want that to be a metal on metal. That would not be any good. Okay. I'm gonna try to put it back without that bolt in the back. Just because it's gonna be a chore and a half to put in place. Well, I might have to because there's nothing securing it on the left side. I guess we're gonna have to put it back. Okay, fans in place. Alright, I guess we'll start with that crazy old bolt. Why don't we have a drop weight anymore? This is really the only part of this thing that I don't like the way it's designed. Otherwise, it's generally pretty easy to work on.
missing the insulation that goes there. We might have to just grab a piece of that foam stuff and stick it there. I still think this is kind of ridiculous, but in all due reality, it's not all that bad. It's worse conceptually than it is in practice. And we only have the back one over here because the front one, the stud snapped. Which I don't think is a big deal. This 3 is plenty to hold it securely. That gets fixed when the shroud goes in place. Right now that's not turning. It can't be an alignment issue with the motor because the first screw is solid, or the first hole is solid. There's no adjustment to it. Problem here. Oh, it's centered. Maybe that was the problem. Yep, that was the problem. Good, now it's centered. Oh, we got problems down here. This is that's not good. There's a hole here. We're gonna have to fill that in with something, some kind of like foam insulation or whatever, expanding foam. Can't have a hole like that. It's gonna leak a lot of airflow. And I think the coil itself, it's not bad, but I can see through it all the way down to the bottom. But it definitely towards the bottom is not as
integral as it should be. I'd say the bottom 1.5 inches is a little messed up. But remember, if it can run the way it was before, it can certainly run the way it is now. It's going to run so much better than it was before. The rungs themselves actually aren't bad. There's no hole on this side. It's just on the other side for some reason. That's kind of weird. Alright, what piece of the puzzle is next? This is... No, it's not quite spinning free. The condenser is floating on this. It's not secured in any way, so quite possibly it's just slightly off. Maybe once we get these top pieces in place, that should probably improve that whole floating condenser situation. Alright, how did this go? I think it goes like this. This process can definitely be daunting when you hear what it like this in a million pieces and it's, oh, where'd everything go? But you just take it piece by piece and you'll get it. Kind of a bit of a feathers-esque design. Put the top screws in too soon. You need to go in after this. Okay, we're getting pretty close to being done here. This is actually going a lot quicker and easier than I anticipated. Okay, the fan seems copacetic. I just replaced the piece of foam that was there. I think at this point we're good enough to do a test run. I'm really curious to see what the amps draw is now. It's got to be way less. So if we just hook up it's dry in there. Where'd that ticker towel go? There it is. I think we're pretty much ready to connect the power back up anyways. Power box. Although I do want to, I should really clean this up. I got to take a look inside here and rewire a new cord on there too. But let's just plug it in for the moment so we can do a test. This should be in range by now, right? Yeah, it's pretty warm in here. I'm leaving it warm in here so that we can test this. The heck is that? You hear like a goose or something? I like modular stuff. That's pretty cool.
Alright. So we've got our controls hooked. Okay. We've got our controls hooked back up. I'm not going to put the box mounted because I'm going to open it up and rerun the cord in just a moment. But let's do a test run and make sure everything's copacetic before we go ahead and finish reassembling. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be, but whenever you tamper with stuff, you should always check it. There's always a possibility that something gets jacked up. You hope not, but no point denying reality. Sometimes it does. Where's the knobs? So we need the bottom two. This one is the fan speed. The top is a useless vent thing. Okay. And the bottom is the temperature. Okay. There's our power cord. Stick all this back in here. Got the bug zapper going because there's some bugs in here. I hate bugs. I'm hoping that the amp draws down to like 10 or 11. Even more towards 10 because it's not hot in here. It's only 72. Okay, the plug is safely connected. Let's turn this thing on. The volts is 118.7. Let's see what the amps become. Or if something explodes, you never know. Let's see how much airflow we got now. Oh, we got plenty of airflow now. Nice. And of course the airflow of the register is going to be tons more. Alright, let's do that. .28 amps, 6.3, 6.4. Here's the first time I drum with a condenser fan in years. 8.6, 8.5, 8.4, 8.3, 8.2. 8.1. It's cooling. 8.14 as opposed to 14. It got to 14.5 when I tested it the previous time, and then I cut it off because I knew it was going to trip the brake route. It's cool. Up to 8.5, which is normal. It's kind of fun. Now the head pressure is accumulating. There is so much airflow out the back, and it's all the way up and down the coil. So the coil is in pretty good shape.
some air getting out the side. We should plug that up, but it's not crazy. 8.6 is not climbing quickly. That's cold. Ice cold. This thing works really good. The compressor sounds different now because the head pressure load is fractional of what it was. 8.8. Yeah, this is much more reasonable now. There we go, now it's quieting down. .02. 9 amp to 12, that's reasonable. That's totally reasonable. We got really good airflow out of this thing. By the time you get to the bottom, it's actually still ambient temperature. This is condensing very nicely. Going back cold yet? Starting to. .4. See what the higher fan speeds do. That was medium, this is low. 9.25, 26, 9.3, 32, 33, 34, so 37. So if we go up to high, we got momentary jump. 10.09, 10.02, 9.9, 9.5. Should go keep going down as the condenser cools off. 9.93, 92. 91. 92. It's pretty stable. 9.92. This is coming out lukewarm at the bottom. This runs really cool. Wow, I'm impressed with this. I'd say I really like this Whirlpool stuff in the 90s. I think it was very good equipment. It's blowing freezing cold out here. 10 amps, 10.0 out of 12. Of course, you allocate a little bit for the temperature to rise outside and drop off a little bit. This is working pretty good. It's cool. It's not as cold as it should be, but we got more airflow than there should be because the cover's on, so I'm gonna let leave that alone. Coil's sweating all the way through. No ice. It's definitely working good. We got a proper charge in there. If we go down to low, that might start to
Go back cold. 9.5, 9.6, 9.7. See, now the head pressure's going up because the fan is on low. You hear the compressor sound change too, 9.8. And this is exactly why you should always use these on high. 9.9. Because it's much better for the equipment. Oh yeah, this is cold now. Ice cold. Alright, I'm satisfied that it's working. Listen, all that gas and that messed up coil hasn't leaked an iota of it. That's a quality piece. Sweaty all the way through. The return was starting. Alright, let's take a look at this control box here and see what we've got in here. Or actually, you know what I could do? I could just replace the plug and use this cord again. I don't think that this cord is spoiled. But we do need to find out what's the high side and what's the low side in order to really set it up properly. So we'll open it up anyways. It won't take more than a few minutes just to open it up and check it out. At least I hope not. Looks a little bit confusing at first. We'll disconnect it and we'll take a look at it up closer at a better, easier angle. I really like this modular hookup there. That's really cool. Talk about ease of service. It's a little flaky. Alright. Oh, that was the capacitor mount that came off. Okay. So, the high side is going to be, the high side should be up here, which is what's going into the switch. And then the common will go to the capacitor. So the high side is the non-textured side, the common is the textured side. So this side is the common. The textured side is common. Let me see if I have a plug floating around somewhere. I don't. I'm out of plugs. I only have some 20 amp plugs. I don't have any 15 amp plugs. Well, that's fine. We can just make note that the
textured side is the common, and deal with it later. So this went like this. Yeah, it's not holding up the project. I'll go, next time I'm at the store, I'll just get some more plugs, that's all. Not a problem. I can finish putting it back together tonight, and it doesn't affect anything. What's going on here? Alright, so we'll just close that up. We got the information that we needed. So we'll just close it up and put it back on. Don't need anything else from in here. And if I, for whatever reason, find that the cord is busted, then we'll just replace it. But I don't think it is. I think the cord is fine. This stupid vent thing, which is such a dumb, useless feature, yet it was included on like every machine that was ever made. I got one screw left here. I must have missed one somewhere in this, somewhere for this control thingy. I don't know where though. I knew that was going to happen. I kept leaving this up there for that very reason. Well, we're going to have one spare part. I ain't worried about it. Oh, is that it right there? Oh, let's see. Is that it down at the bottom? Yeah, we'll fix that. It's kind of important. Stupid mosquitoes getting in here now. Okay, now I don't know which screws here have to go on first as opposed to after when we get that next piece on. So we'll connect this stupid useless vent feature. I don't even know how this works. Whatever, that's good enough. I don't care if that works or not. It doesn't do any good anyways. I want to vent the thing, I'll open a door, not open a little thing in an air conditioner. Alright, so those 2 screws, those 4 screws, this screw here on the side can go in now. I think that stuff went around here like this. Yeah, that's definitely where it would have gone. It's a very small gap there. I'm really not worried about that. Away from me, you stupid blood-sucking piece of garbage.
don't see what any of those screws would do, so we're just going to ignore them. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 8 screws left. Seems like a lot. 7, 6. Oh boy. I don't know. These screws are for the cover on the bottom here. That's why the cover was never staying on right. Well, one of the screws go here. I don't know. I really don't like the way that's sitting up against there. Especially all that junk. Let's get that junk out of there. I feel like this should not be up against the edge. Well, a simple way to fix that is just with another wire tie. Oh, I forgot this piece. This is supposed to go on the back. Oh, I can still put that on. There, now that's sitting away from the side there. That's better. Oh! I think I just figured out what the rest of those screws is for. Or at least some of them anyways. Let's put one more. All right, there we go. Okay, we need one more. And this is my last one, so hopefully there are no other problems. There we go. That's how you want it to be. Okay. I'll plug in, gotta put this thing here to hold the wires out of the the way of whatever it's holding the wires out of the way of. Okay, and now go back to the front for a moment, and I think I see where the rest of the screws go. It's got something to do with this thingy, the airflow guide thing. That goes on there like that. That's another 3 screws. Now this is missing the wetter stripping or foam, whatever that was supposed to be here. So we might have to, depending on how this works, if this doesn't, the air doesn't tunnel through properly, we'll have to replace that. Not a big deal. We can buy a product like that and stick it on there with no trouble. There's one more screw here. And although there's no hole in the tape, there's a hole in the metal, so we'll put the last screw here. And that is all the unaccounted for screws. For last, we have 4 screws left. Those go on the top. So this apparatus here, it's like hooked. This was kind of weird. I don't know what purpose it served, but this kind of like hooked in here, and then, this hooked here like this, and it went over and into here. I gotta undo this. I don't see what the purpose of this is, but I'll put it back for whatever reason.
had to go like that. There's no other option. But then now it doesn't shut. Or am I getting it wrong here? That just seems stupid to me. Nope, we're done with it. We'll use that for something else one day. Okay, is the fan still free? Yes it is. The condenser is sturdy now. Okay. So, all that's left to do is put the cover back on. And we're going to give this a more lengthy test run. I've let it run for like half an hour or so, just to make sure everything's copacetic. We'll have to reposition this on the finger so that we can access the drain hole. This is very light for a 14. I've got 8s that weigh more than this. I actually think I should be able to install this myself. Is that? No, that's tilted the wrong way. Off the dolly. Oh, alright. Yeah, I think that coil is not as bad as it looks. I actually think that the restriction on there is maybe only 10%. I think this will work just fine. We can clean the control board a little better at some other point if I collect the desire to do so. I don't know how that works, but I don't like it. It's very Very difficult fit. The knobs just kind of hold this control on, which is kind of tacky, but everything else about this seems very good quality to me. It's 72 in here, so the thermostat's calibrated pretty good. Oh man, stinking, you're kidding. I didn't slip this in. Can I still slip it in? I might be able to slip it in. No, no shot. Well, that may just never be correct, because it's not worth the time of day to go back that far. Unless this slips right off. In that case, I'll fix it. It doesn't really, but it does enough for me to get this in there. Come on. That's the problem here. Huh, I didn't think this was going to be such a problem. Why this is not... There it goes. Jeez. Okay. Because the foam is kind of worn out, this is not sitting properly. That's okay. Alright, let's get this cover on. There's a filter. Slip that in, I guess we can put that in now. It's like that filter was never cleaned. Alright, now something is a little wonky with this register here. Stupid blood-sucking piece of garbage. It's like one... It's gotta just be coming out somewhere. It is. It's completely just coming out. And it's almost fixed. I'll be able to fix this. This is simple. I fixed it. Okay. That's neat. It's kind of like the GE Super Thrust. You can close one of them. Of course, you could also close both of them, which is kind of stupid, but... Oh, it just broke again. Maybe something is a little more, is something... Oh, I see what the problem is. Yeah, one of the pieces that holds it in place is snap off. Alright, we'll just have to be a little more careful with that part, that's all. So now... have these two holes. I know the sleeve's not on. I don't care. It's wet. We have these two screw holes at the bottom, which I guess this has to... It looks like the screws are supposed to go on after this is in place, and I think that people have just been ramming it off with them still connected, and that's why they're broken. The holes are broken on the guard itself. So let's see, it does have something that we grab on the top. And it has to go down more, but it doesn't. See, it's not grabbing on the top, which is a problem, unless it grabs the I don't see what it would grab up here. There's no... Maybe it grabs something on the chassis. I don't really know. Well, let's put these screws in and see if we can get it to stay for the test run. I do need to test it with the cover on. Come on, screw. Go in. I think right now the problem is the unit is sitting on the bottom of this piece, so it wasn't going all the way down. Okay, now it can go all the way down like that, but this does not lock in place. It simply doesn't. So maybe there's something on the chassis that it grabs. I truly don't know. As of right now, it's grabbing nothing, which is moderately annoying. But I'm done with it. I don't care. I'm going to leave it alone, and we're just going to test it. Actually, it's kind of sitting fairly well right now. Let's screw this in and then turn it on. Okay, and we'll have to see if that missing foam is really a problem. It looks like it's right up against it, so I don't think that it's going to be a problem. All right, we'll leave the back open so we can see what's going on there. Put that under the drain hole. Hopefully it starts pulling some humidity. It is getting pretty humid out, or at least it feels it. How's it cold? It's only 60 out. It's stupid. All right, let's plug it in again. So we know that the textured side is the common. Okay, here we go. Strong out of that Actually, that's moderately quiet for the capacity. Decent variance in speeds too. That compressor doesn't sound the greatest on startup, but you have to remember what it's been working with for the last who knows how many decades. It's already cold, so it's pumping properly, it just doesn't sound good. I'll get the temperature meter. This pushes the air far. I can feel from here. Yeah, a good 10 feet back, I can still feel it strong on the end wall. This is going to be a powerful machine. Freezing cold. That's got to be in the 40s. That's like refrigerator cold coming out of there. Yep, I was right. Refrigerator temperature is 41. That's a 30-degree split. Don't you dare tell me this thing's a piece of junk. I only hear no complaints about it being a rotary compressor because it works just fine. And it's taking 9.6 amps and stable. That's reasonable. Then the spec. Yeah, good airflow. Good heat out here. And the hole is leaking some. but not much. You got sweat all over the return line. And it's quieted down, it's working pretty good. Made in USA. So that's copacetic now. Work on this for so long. It's pretty quiet too. Which is considerably more air. It's still holding 44. This thing's no joke. And it does feel like every bit of 14 too. That's seriously cold air coming out of there. There's a decent amount of it too. This has been on for, I'd say, at least a half an hour now. And the temperature is 40. It's on low fan. And it's steady at 9.6 amps. So the power draw issue has been solved. It's pulling moisture pretty good. It's only 48% in here. By no means is it humid. And that's pulling plenty of water. We might have to put a second drain hole in this, because over here the water's building up a little bit. I was hoping that it would kind of flow to the other side. Maybe it's not level, I don't know. We've got to wait and see once I install it what happens. I could always drill a second hole once it's installed. See, the compressor's got a good charge. The system has a good charge. It's going back cold. And the compressor itself is not even that warm. It's only 132, which for a rotary is pretty good. So this is great. This is refrigerator temperatures, 39. This is really respectable equipment. And it's going to absolutely freeze out this garage. This is going to be great. On a hot day, you're working on something, you come in here and turn this on, perfect. You can open the door a bunch of times, this will take care of it real quick. So the last thing, which I don't, this is just baffling to me how this happens. These vents are bent up every which way. And I can understand like if they all got bent one way, but this is just ridiculous. One other note of interest, see that hole down there? That hole should line up with the secondary hole that's in here. This, and you can see this definitely got all the water, because this is where the water line, the rust line stops. So this is the factory drain hole, and it's only allowed about a ½ inch or so of water to sit in here, which is pretty reasonable. I think that spared a lot of the machine from rust. The fans rusted clear out, didn't rust, bulkhead's not rusting. So that's a better design. I still don't like it, that's why I added the additional hole, but that's better than a lot of stuff that just has the compressor and everything just sitting in water. Whoa, that was risky. The compressor's not rusted at all. This wire is getting hot. No, we're about to lose our plug here. The wire's fine, it's not getting hot at all. So the last thing I gotta do, which I won't do tonight, I'll do it another day. I actually could do this once it's installed. Is I gotta go through here and bend all these back to one direction. I don't even know which one they're supposed to be. I guess like that. I don't know. Whatever. I'd have to paint this to get it looking good again, but I'm not worried about it. This is not a showpiece, this is a functional piece. And functional is it. This is running real good. There's a decent variance in the speeds too. You got really strong output on high and it's nice and quiet on low. This is excellent equipment.